All right. Oh, you definitely got a level 1. How about now? You can hear me. Okay, I knew something funky was going on. Okay, guys, I'm back. Um, I think we got the horizontal, we got the vertical going. And I've got the Twitch going. I took down Kick. So it's been a real hair puller. Long story short, thanks, Michael. I did not know my microphone was not working. That's a doozy right there. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. It's been very hair pulling. Trying to get Restream to work, Stream Elements. Definitely not friendly. For someone like myself who does all sorts of different multi-streaming resolutions. So, I think they need to do a lot more. All right, Rocket, we'll see you when you get back. They need to do a lot more in their plugin to make it a little bit friendlier. My guess that it will probably be easier for I guess I probably need to put some filters onto my mic. I'll have to do that later. Um, there, I'll just turn this down a little bit so that I don't spike into the red too much. Because I forgot to do the filters. I wonder if I can do that quick. But anyway, I'll fix that later. That's an easy fix. I got other problems to deal with. So yeah, a lot of headaches with this. Worst decision ever. Basically the timeline, just to give you guys an idea. Last Friday, it flaked out. OBS just crashed, and I don't know what had happened. I tried to do a system restore on the computer, thinking that maybe it was something I installed or something else. I'm not sure. Anyways, it flaked out and OBS just didn't work again. So I had to basically uninstall OBS, which is my studio software that I use to be with you guys right now. So I had to uninstall that, which is a huge ordeal, and reinstall. So there are several scenes. Everything you see on the stream consists of a lot of different sources and scenes. That's just the life of a streamer. Gets compounded by 3 or sometimes 4, depending on how many different platforms you live stream to. So I stream to Kick, I stream to Twitch, and I stream to YouTube times 2 because I do my vertical and horizontal. So all of that has to be rebuilt. So after I did that, the other thing that I needed to do was get in a plugin for doing multi-streaming and the vertical canvas, so I could do my vertical live stream on YouTube. So there are a total of 3 options to do that. One, you've got your Streamlabs OBS with the paywall that you have to pay to multi-stream. Then you've got 2 free options. There is the Atom plugin, which is what came out with the free version for at first, and I've been using for the past year. Um, and then you've got Stream Elements, which is one that came out, I think, about 2 months ago, which is another free option which I've never touched. So I thought, well, this will be the opportunity to try the Stream Elements one because it appeared, emphasis with a cow patty bingo marker on that, easy. But as you guys know, the past week has not been easy for me. I've been starting my streams late. I've had some crashes. Part of it I thought it had to do with Dune Awakening, which may have had a small hiccup to do with it, but today I decided, or last night, I thought, well, let's go ahead to something that I normally stream and have been able to stream functionally without much issues, which is Farm Sim. And here we are. And as you know, I'm about an hour late, or actually I am an hour late getting the live stream up and running. And I ran into a whole boatload of issues, which is kind of weird because yesterday I had some issues yesterday live streaming too, but I didn't have problems getting up and going. But today, I was late at getting everything up and running because uh, OBS or Stream Elements didn't like connecting very well with my YouTube stream. So, and I blame Stream Elements for this. um, I'm starting to each time I play with it, I start to understand how the software goes, and I think I'm getting there to the point where I can get it working, but I will tell you, if you want to do anything similar to what I'm doing, I would just stay away from it, um, for a little bit of a while. There's a few things that I question and I scratch my head on the logic of it. The interface just shows you everything, right? And you think, well, you can go ahead and when I say everything, I mean settings. And you think, well, hey, I see a field. I can go ahead and fill in my bit rate. Eh, wrong. You can't. You can't. So, um, for someone that streams like me, who is at different ratios, different bit rates, um, it's a headache. So rule of thumb, if you're putting out software, one, do not show do not show on every page settings. Okay. If you cannot use the settings, they should not appear. Or option B, put a tooltip on it saying sorry, not available in blank, right? Something to give the user the impression, oh, well, just because it's here, you can't use it. And only allow certain fields that are editable to not have that tooltip. So unfortunately, Stream Elements didn't do that. It just threw all these settings in front of me, and I said, okay, well, great. I know what this is. I'll put this in. Sure enough, I can fill the field in, but it doesn't save it and it doesn't lock it in. Um, I imagine they'll clean up their graphical user interface in time. It is in beta, so I will be a little forgiving. A little. That's like a crumb, okay? Maybe slightly smaller than a crumb. Um, Now, if you're gonna be doing 1080p or one resolution across all the platforms and you're not doing vertical at all, I imagine you'll be perfectly fine using the Stream Elements, multi-streaming tool, uh, I think. Um, but if you're doing anything like me, probably not. So, and for my multi-streaming functions and everything like that, I'm a little bit advanced. Most people that I see out there usually keep it fairly simple. They'll usually just do all their horizontal canvases at 1080p, which is respectfully equivalent across all multiple platforms. With the and they may have like one vertical, or sorry, yeah, one vertical live stream going at 1080p as well, which is as simple as you can get. But if you're doing something like 4K on one and then you're doing 14, I don't know, 1080p on another two platforms, and maybe by chance you've got some other platform out there that supports what 1440p, You're in for a headache using multi-stream. All right, the game is loaded. Hopefully it'll load in. I've got a spinning circle. I don't like that. All right, we're into the game. And I can't really hear myself. I gotta turn my headset on, I think. There we go. I can hear. We're into January. I don't know if I have to adjust my volume on my headset a little bit. Turn that down. Don't want to blow my earbuds. All right, we're gonna just try to extend this a little bit further. I'll probably go ahead and turn this volume down a bit, maybe. Where's my settings? So for Kick, I can't get on Kick because there's a bitrate issue that I'm going to have to try to figure out. I have a theory that might fix it. I don't know. I'm going to try variable. I'm going to try a variable bit rate for that. I locked in it at CBR right now, which is consistent bit rate. Most of the time, for the most part, that's the easiest one to go with. Because it will at least send something out consistently. But I might try something else tomorrow. But I'm in here. I spent an hour, so where's my music sound? So I think we'll just turn down the volume of vehicle. Put that at like maybe about 60, maybe. Yeah, I think it's a bit wavy up here. Hopefully I flattened that out a bit. I might have to take the railroad track out again and redo it. Because it's like clipping into the... Let's just back up over here. Oop. make this a little bit wider. And then the road I will be redoing. I'll probably put a fresh coat of paint on it, I guess. The thing goes. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to take the track out, I think. Just so that I can properly do this. Because it doesn't look good. Besides, I mean, I got the track as best as I could the last time I put the track down. But I don't like it. It's bumpy. I know it looks bad, so we're going to just fix that. So, because I don't like it. I just don't. I just don't like it. So, we're gonna take care of that right now. Let's go into demolition. I might take this little segment of track out. There, that's all gone. And then I can, yeah, because you can see, like, there's bumps in here, and that's it's almost there. It's almost there. I don't really want to edit the hills, so I just, because it's a bit difficult to do that. So it's only going to go up to the line, and then it stops. Just to give you guys kind of idea how it all works. I'm probably going to have to cut into the mountain a little bit. I'm going to turn off that. So we'll just see what happens here. You can bump into the sensor if you want and push it out of the way. See? Which I'm gonna do here. Put this down right here. Go along this side. I think it's trying to snow. And the grade on this is 4.9. So for the railway, it recommends like 5, I think. So I just decided to put it at 4.9. So 5 degrees or less, basically, for your grade. And I thought, I had it at 5, but the railroad looked kind of weird still. So I was like, well, let me just change it to like 4.9 and see what happens. So that's what I ended up doing. So I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to get this done, but I don't think I have the ability to sort of go around this slope. I just don't think I can do it. I don't think I can get it down to grade, like right down there. I might be able to, I don't know. So it's going to be a hard sell, I think. My plan B is to pivot to the maybe right where all those trees are and create a bridge, a rail bridge maybe. If I can't make it all the way down. Just as a backup, maybe? But this definitely is a lot smoother. So, I get there. And when you're creating the rail bed, which is what I'm doing right now, if you feel that it's too small, make it wider. Like right now, I've got it fairly wide, like more than what the track requires, but it gives you a lot of play area. So later on, I can easily fix up the road and I can fix up the edge, like smooth it out. So the wider it is, gives me more smoothing, more space to smooth things out, essentially, if I want to. So I think that's probably a better way of putting it. Make the rail bed go out further. Alright, we're making this happen. Whoa! Oh. So I think how this is going to work is I'm going to stay along this edge like this for my build, and then slowly go like that, and then create a rail bridge over there and start working my gradual slope at a 5-degree angle downhill along this mountain range. And then hopefully maybe I'll have a longer stretch, like all the way down to here probably is by the time I get to, like, I've got lots of like range here. So I think that's how it's going to be. You guys are thinking, what the heck? You're completely insane. All right, let me just check. Okay, that's still going. Just checking my streams here. I don't need kick, I don't think. Yeah, kick I turned off, so we'll kick that out of there. Video download was, what the heck? I hit refresh on this. Maybe Twitch isn't working either. I hit reload player. Yeah, I don't think unstable. Yeah, Twitch has rejected it, so it's because I'm sending too much stuff to it. So we'll just shut Twitch down, I guess. All right. There we go. I'll have to figure something out on that. That's crazy. All right. But YouTube is functioning. That's what matters for now. So that'll be the plan. To make it all happen. Whoa. This is pretty much flat enough for me to dump material. I might try the dump truck again. I haven't quite figured out how that works, but essentially you should be able to back up and dump it off the edge. and raise the raise it up. Okay, I'll do one more push along this last edge, and then I think we'll try to get the dump truck going. Because it might speed things up a little bit. All right. Move this off to the side. All right. Where's my dump truck? Also very happy that the what do you call it? Easy Dev Tools is out. As you can see, I'm using it right now. I'm not exactly sure how I empty out of the back of the dump bed, but we'll figure it out. I have 1.1 million liters of stone in here. Calibrate it. Enable machine, stone, discharge, gravel. Okay, how do I... I think...
okay, but there's a lot of commonality between the case, and obviously there are significant differences as well. But growth, both of our countries are really, both of our governments are really focused on getting that growth, driving our economies forward.
Mr. Carney probably has deeper personal relations with what I'll call the British governing class than any prime minister in our history.
And both Carney and Starmer understand that instability in global relations brought on by Donald Trump makes ancient alliances even more important.
I think fundamentally, you'll want to talk about how to manage Mr. Trump.
Oh, that's how it works. Oh. I figured it out, guys. Alright, let's go get our next load. Because obviously I don't need all these stones storing up, and I'm going to get more. So that's pretty cool, so you can unload that way if you want. So discharge grading is what it's called, really. And I'm just holding down Shift I. As long as you're in the right mode, you'll be fine. In case you guys are like wondering. Stream health, let's see, make sure everything is fine.
Okay, radio watching.
Hello, Whiskey Creek. Welcome in. How are you doing? I figured out how to do the dump, so you can use the dump mechanism to paint. Playing with that at the moment. And slowly building my railway. How are you today? Just basically filling this up, and then I'll should have it loaded in. I still have to, I think I need to check to see if there's an update for terraforming. You just finished streaming? Excellent. How did it go? Yeah, I definitely need a larger capacity. This is 48,000. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. How's the audio on the stream? I'm just curious. Is everything clear? Starter on a new map. Okay. Which map did you start? I think I need to start dump here. Sounds good? Okay. Yeah, I've been having some problems. So with my stream the past few days, still have problems. But I'm fine on YouTube for now. I can't get Kick up and running, and I can't get Twitch going the way I had it before. But when I listen to my live stream now, I'm hearing like a lot of like chirps and chips, which I think might be just related to my Bluetooth headset. So I probably have to unplug the dongle and plug it back in and try to reset the Bluetooth headset. But if it's sounding fine for you, then I'm okay then. That's all that matters. Which map did you go on? Or which map did you start, I should say? In 2 hours? Okay, Rocket. We'll see you later. Thanks for jumping in. Easy Dev Tools came out. I'm guessing you're probably pretty happy about that. I got it installed. I'm happy. I decided to get rid of Power Tools. I don't usually use all of the I don't flip-flop between settings all the time. So Easy Dev Tools will be just fine for me. But if I constantly flip-flop settings, then I probably would use Power Tools in conjunction with Easy Dev, but I just don't switch enough, so. It's going to be helpful because I'm glad that it came out, because it's going to help me do my 1,000 sub project. So when I hit 1,000 subs, I plan to do a 24-hour stream, and it's going to be multiplayer. Agroforests. All right. So I've heard mixed things. I am on PlayStation 5. Oh, okay. I've heard mixed things about it. So I don't know. I haven't tried it out. But I know if some people in the community have indicated they don't like it or it's buggy or something. So I don't know. I haven't tried it. But it's that Silver Run Forest one, right? So. But an upgraded version. Unless they fixed the bugs, because it's been a few weeks till it came out. So I don't even know what the bugs are. But I was impressed. I was like, oh, well, someone remade it. So, and added some different functions to it. I also like the fact that they added some farmland to it, I think, in certain areas. I think I'll just turn this way. Okay. But I'm glad that there's another logging map. Always like logging maps. It's therapeutic. What's the best features of that map that you like? Let's see if I start on the solid part. Can I like... Oh. Nope. That's not a good idea. Oh, it is dumping here. That's not good. You kind of want to be on the edge. That is not good. It probably just dumped the product there, so you need to be right at the edge before you start doing your dump. Just a FYI. I wonder if I can smooth that out with this. Alright, that was not good at all. Maybe I need a pile? I'll make a pile and try to reload it into the back. Let's see if this pushes. I'll grab a wheel loader to pick this up. That might be a better idea. We'll fill up the back of that, because I think that'll be better instead of just pushing this around. Okay, wheel loader time. That was a bad experiment. I suspected it was going to just dump it like that. Oh, my bad. I should have trusted my intuition, but I didn't. Excuse me. Where's my wheel loaders? There's one, there's two. I had another one kicking around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Welcome back. I made a mess. Hey, and you made it to level 1. Congrats. Oh, you were talking to your grandparents? Oh, that's good. Let's go down here. I made a bit of a mess. Oh, wait, there's some material right here too. About time I made it to level 1. Yeah. I think you have to talk a lot to get to level 1. Like, I mean a lot. I think that's what gets you there. I've only got like, I think those people, I think I've got like maybe one person that's like at level 2 or 3. Hello, Eric the Crazy Viking. Welcome in, sir. So, Eric, what are you at? You're at a couple of levels, aren't you? Because I know you talk to me a lot. So I'm thinking you're at 2 or 3. I think Eric is like number 1. I think. Number 1 on the level board or something like that. So I made a mess. I'm gonna pick all this stuff up. There we go. Doesn't know. Okay. Guess we'll find out later when you get another level. So Whiskey was telling me he's trying the new map, the aggro map. So that is available for folks. He's gonna play it on PlayStation 5. And I'm right now just cleaning up my mess because I was testing the dump function to see if I dump before the pile, what would happen. I think I do have to go over this once again with a bulldozer, though. This is a bit of a mess. Logic would dictate that if you dump before the pile, obviously it's going to come out, but you never know. Besides, I haven't used the wheel loader in so long. I'm gonna go ahead and try to pick up this stuff. But yeah, I was gonna ask what on aggro is, or aggro forest is what you like. Oh, okay. So Whiskey has just recently installed it, so I don't know about all the bugs. I just know what you have told me and Sim Farmer has told me. So, and I decided, well, I'm not going to touch it based on that. So, but Whiskey has just installed it and is planning on playing on it and live streaming it. So, you can. That's why we're having this discussion. So, but I don't know all the bugs. So those are a few things you should be aware of, I guess, Whiskey. That there is some issues. I'm not sure if does the map developer know about the problems? I'm pretty sure someone must have told him. This is all bumpy here. I'm gonna have to go over this with a bulldozer. I had it all nice and flat. As I said, the concept is great. Yeah, that's true. I'll just wait until someone tells me, hey, it's great now. It's fixed. Before I try playing on it. Oh, yeah, I was going to ask, do you know if Kiwi is doing his live stream on Silver Run later? Or did he do that live stream already? Because I've been kind of helping with that. Silver with the roller coaster setup and all of that. I've been enjoying that series. So I think he did the live stream on today, yes, last week. So, oh, you don't notice anything? Okay. Well, just be aware that there are some possible issues or whatnot. So. Okay, I think all the stones. But then I just harvesting. Oh, so it could be related to maybe the trees or something, maybe. Or maybe the productions. I don't know. But if you're doing simple stuff like just farming, maybe it won't be a big deal. And then by the time you do something else, maybe the map developer will have fixed the issues. And I've noticed that most map developers have figured out a way to update and fix their maps without harming a game save. So, all right, let's pack up here. We're gonna. And I'm gonna bulldoze over this because this is looking kind of weird. Whoa. Move forward a bit. It's a little bumpy there. I'll go get the bulldozer and try to fix this up a little bit. Okay, let's see. I'll just park this over here, I guess. Yeah, park this right here. Da, 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 da. That's the wrong one. Okay, it's like right in this area that the problem is. Okay, and let's just go forward. And I'll definitely upgrade my equipment at some point. Maybe a larger dump truck. Because I can use larger dump trucks. Okay. I think I just pushed that over the edge. I'll go down this aisle here. And I'm going to be altering my plan on this, by the way, guys. So I'm going to go around the corner with the mountain, and then I'm going to have a bridge go over the road, and then head that way along that mountainside over there. Because I don't think I can 4-degree grade all the way down. I just don't think it's going to be possible. Let's back up. I think I probably need a... Yeah, I've got like material here. Wonder if I put like a conveyor belt? Let's just grab a conveyor belt. We'll see if that fixes it. Oh, there's this thing. I totally forgot about that. There's that. Barge loader system. Let's just buy this for now. And buy. Okay. I think we'll just turn this around. Try to make a nice pile, I guess. Let's just back this up a little bit. Good job. All right. There. I'm going to move the excavator off of the road because I don't want it in the way. Let's turn this way. All right, let's resume this. Trying to get my curve, so that's why I'm trying to stay like along the edge, I guess, of the mountain. Worst case scenario, I may have to carve into the mountain. That's just a distinct possibility. There we go. Almost went off the edge. Okay, time to go get more rock. Continue dumping. And this is all material that I got from the field that I was working on like maybe 10 streams ago, I think. To give you guys some perspective. I can probably use this circle to determine the angle, how far it'll go down. I'm gonna go down the hill a bit. And then I'll drive back up. Just to see how this is all going to play out at a 4.9 meter grade. See, now it's going back up that little circle. I'm not sure if it's ever going to flatten out. It's staying consistent. Let's see how far I have to go. See that circle floating? Let's see. Come on. Come on. It's like just hovering there. Oh, come on. So I imagine I will, let's see here. I will probably have to have a rail crossing here. Maybe like wind it this way. Now it's going back up again. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. don't know. I was so close back there. I might end up having to terraform most of this land. Just to get the rail system to go low. The field might have to be raised, maybe? I don't know. See, about here, I'm really close. Like, I'm really close here. Like right here. That's really close. I don't know. What about if I go that way? Does it get any better if I go along this back road over here? Probably not. Oh, now I'm driving in my field. It's a little bit more challenging driving in the field. Get back on the road. I could probably go this way. So, I don't know. We'll see. Worst case scenario, I'll have to just take everything out. But I think I'm better off trying to do like a turn. And then flatten out. And then do a new 5-degree grade from wherever I'm at on this side. So this will be like flat. I'll need a flat platform from probably here over to here, and then I set my 5-degree grade going that way. That might be the better way until I can get to ground level. So that means more logging, so I guess that will be next year's logging expedition over there. Oh. I'm stuck in the field. I've got a plan. I will make it happen. Okay, we're gonna back this up. There we go. It's just crazy. This hill alone's probably going to be a project and a half. It's gonna take me a long time to complete this. This is gonna be just pure crazy. We'll go back like this. Okay. Fill that up. There we go. See how well we do here, emptying all of this out. One good thing is that I started my stream at 8, and then I had all the issues that I had. Took me about an hour, and then we got things finally moving in the right direction at, I think, 9. So, not too shabby, I guess. Had about 700,000 liters of stone. There we go.
sex, vegetable shells and option, getting married, learning how to be a baby. That's your having a baby. That means that I'm having a baby that years of marriage.
There we go. Okay. At some point, I may start to bring automation into this somehow. I'm not, so, like auto drive or something like that. Starting to get to almost that point. And we're into the month of January, so I think on this stream we will see maybe the subsidy bonus, because that's when it gets paid out, I believe, in February. So, and I have like 4 fields filled. Which will be intriguing. Let's go over here. Yeah, like almost 1 million liters of stone. There we go. But you're right, Whiskey Creek. A much larger dump truck would probably make this go a tad bit faster. Or a larger capacity one. But yeah, so what I've got envisioned, if I hit 1,000 subs, what I want to do, and I'm just going to share my idea with you guys when I hit that. I'm going to find a map. Now that Easy DevTools is out, I'm going to edit the map, a flat map, and plant a whole whack of corn on it. And then I'm going to take that map, put it on a multiplayer server, and just do base equipment so that people can join in on the stream and spend the entire 24 hours trying to fill silage bunkers. And let me think here. As we use up the cornfield, we'll put silage bunkers on, let me think, on the field if needed, essentially. Because it will be a good stream. A lot of people can be involved in it, and I'm kind of curious to see how much material we could collect. That's sort of what I do, because I get so wrapped up in these construction projects. I don't think I've really done a really solid corn harvest in Farming Simulator or at all. Except for back in Farm Sim 19 or whatever. I I've participated in a few. But anyways, that's sort of what I want to do. And with the easy dev tools now released, it'll make it easier for me to do that. It's not about preparing the field or any of that. Just get all this big harvest equipment set up and have this really large cornfield, just for the fun of it, I guess, for the live stream. And it'll be a 24-hour live stream, so that be 2 live streams essentially scheduled within 24 hours for that to happen. And that would keep everybody busy for a long period of time, so people can jump in and out as they want or what have you, to help out. That's when I hit 1,000 subs, so I don't know what I'm at for subs right now. Let me see. I'll jump over here and take a look. Oh, I use it for a lot of things. Testing, I do, and also my videos. So I might start transitioning into doing some more tutorial videos. Or starting to do FS25 tutorial videos, because I can set things up a lot quicker with easy dev tools, especially if I'm doing anything with fields or planting and stuff like that. So instead of like, well, guys, I'll have a tutorial video, but in about a week or 2, once I've got the planting stages all finished and the fertilizing and all of that done, and then I'll start recording. With easy dev, I don't have to do that. I can just go in there, jump onto the field, set the stages of the fertilizer, the lime, and all of that stuff, max it all out, bam, done, and then start recording. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm at 718 subscribers. Exactly, yeah. So something for like my idea, all I need to do is basically just delete objects like what you were saying on a field or on a map. And then all I need to do is just get a large plow and plow a large field or connect all the fields, which doesn't take very long. And then once it's all one field, go onto that field and then just put in the crops within easy dev tools. Bam, done. Quick and fast. So I think it's probably a lot used a lot by content creators in general, I think, for those purposes. Also, I use it for testing too, like if something doesn't go quite right and I'm like, oh, I don't want to go to the shop, I'll spawn in something or whatever, right? Like I need, I don't know, 5 bales so I can go in and spawn in bales if I need to, which I've done before in the past, or different materials, or by accident I'm in testing and something doesn't go right, and I'm like, oh, I need to fill a trailer or something. I can just fill a trailer on the fly. So I've done that too, instead of having to buy products. So. There we go. But yeah, that's my big plan. Never done anything quite like that. With it, I mean, I've done large corn harvests before, or silage corn harvest before. But I've never done it myself. I've always participated in someone else's like map or something like that, right? But I've never done it myself. Always get into doing other things usually. So I figure if I hit 1,000 subs, I might as well do something like big, right? And allow people to join me on a stream or something like that, I figure. Because I don't usually do a lot of multiplayer streams anyways, as you probably have noticed. I just do my own solo thing. And then when I do have like a multiplayer server running or something, usually I got so many mods in there that nobody can join, or I don't know, most of the people watching are on like console and they can't join anyways. So not very multiplayer friendly, I guess you could say. So which I think does disappoint a few people, but you know, it's like I have my own particular play style of how I like to do things, so, and I'm a bit stubborn and I don't usually, you know, budge too much on certain things. So I get inspired by all of the stuff you can do on PC. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be cruel, but that's just how I am. There we go. I probably spilt something there. Alright. Oh, I'm doing it again. I did it again. No. I have to go fill this up down there, I think. I hit the wrong button. So before I expand that, I'm just going to go down here and try to... Oh, no, I got in the wrong machine. Let's just back this up here. Probably right here. It's good. Well, it'll have to be because, so the map will get all set up with easy dev tools, and then I'll remove the mod, and then it's all going to be base game equipment in there, is how it's all going to work. So, so it'll be forage harvesters and stuff like that. So the only cheating I'll do is probably the initial setup. So probably like, how do you say it? I'll end up dumping a bunch of cash on the farm and then buying up all the land and then using easedev tool to do most of that, and then help me plant everything. And then once everything is planted, I'll just get rid of easydev tools, and then remove any mods and stuff like that, which there probably won't be any mods. And then have a go at it. So, forage harvesters, silage bunkers, that sort of thing. Oh, I did it again. Just horrible. Let's just fill this up. There we go. It's more enjoyable, I think. Yes, I definitely agree. So we'll see what happens. It's quite a while away anyway, so I'm still at like about roughly around 718 subscribers. So it'll be a while before I get to 1,000. But the 1,000 point is like the big one for YouTube, from what I hear. Because then you're like tier 2, I think, for YouTube monetization or partnership. So I don't know if they send me anything. That would be kind of neat if they did. Here you go. You're a great person. All right. Okay, we're gonna head down here, fill up the rest of this. Do, 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 do. Alright, we got that filled. Hopefully that takes care of all of that. We're gonna just move the, I think, have to move the conveyor belt forward, I think. Get this all picked up. Alright, let's see here. Is it going now? Let's see. Pick this up. I think I'm stuck. Let's just put this like this, I guess. There we go. Pick all that up. Probably have to turn it on too. Come on. Oh, it's done. No, it should be a lot of fun. There we go. Depends on the country where the different tiers are. Oh, so is it different in different countries? I did not know that. So I'm at 500 subs, and it's like tier 1, I think. And then I think I have to hit like 1,000 subs for tier 2 or something like that, I think. For me. Oh, did I muck that up again? I might have. Hello, Kiwi. Welcome in. Hey, Kiwi has hit. A lot of people are hitting level 1 today. So congratulations, people. Yeah, I made another mess, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Well, I'm just gonna leave that pile there. I finally got live, which I'm happy about. I'll go up here. And we're dumping rock. So today's lesson, Kiwi, is how to use the dump truck to terraform. So what I did was I go in here and I calibrate to the surveyor that I want, so you just go calibrate, select your your surveyor. There's 2 because I'm using 2. And you hit apply. And then we go in, and you want to have under the advanced settings, you want allow grading up, and you want force nodes on. And then you can change your texture color that you want it to be. I like gravel, and enable painting. And then material, I set it to stones because stones are quite common. And then you enable material on, enable discharge on. That's important. So then your machine is set up, and then you just need to put material in here. Let me go get our material. It's a good thing. It's a very good thing. Let me just fill us up here. I've gone through half of the stock of stones. So this is for grading by discharging. So discharging material. So this would be stones, in other words. So you got your dump trucks setting set. And you've got your stones. And then you go to your place that you want to be at. I gotta go down the road here. And this function was never in FS22, to my knowledge. This is really new with terraforming. So we're just gonna head down here and reverse up, and then I'll show you what you need to do next once we back up. So we'll just spin around. But this is cool function, really cool function. So you get right up to the edge, probably about here maybe. Right there. So you just wait until your arrows are like over the spot you want to dump. And then if you look in the upper right hand corner, it says like discharge grade. You need that set, and to do that you have to hit the minus sign in the top row of your keyboard to change it till it goes till discharge grade, because I'm doing it at grade, right? And then when you're ready to go, you hit the O key on the keyboard to turn Terraform on, and then you just do a dump to ground, which is like Shift I on your keyboard. And then you just slowly back up. And then the sand as it's coming out, or the stones come out, it just makes the road larger. Yeah, it was in 22. It just didn't have the dump. That didn't have this dump function in the or the discharge function inside of 22. So dump trucks are a new thing that can, you know, start doing grading. Because in 22 you could only use the grader. You could use excavators and rollers and bulldozers. But now the dump truck actually has a function, so other than moving material around, I should say, which it does a very good job at. I don't want to say dump trucks, well, they're limited to just dumping. They're not important. But no, they're important. All right, I'll turn. But one thing I will say, even if you're doing this or a front end loader discharge, like I've noticed that there's like some waviness here. I have a bulldozer or a grader on hand so that you can just go over it. There we go. Slowly expanding the road. Stacking stones? Oh, I could see that happening. Depends on how big the stones are, of course. Like, is it loose stones like this? Like what I have here? Or is it like some sort of decoration stone? Because I know that there's some decoration stone mod packs. But I know that if you're talking about loose sand like this, you're probably talking about a berm. So you make a large berm and of material, and then you put the excavator on top of the berm, and then you start loading trucks. So, which I'm familiar with. Yeah, let me just back this up here. Yeah, this area is a little bit uneven, but that's okay. There we go. I don't have much more material in here. I got about probably a few more loads. Once this is empty, we'll switch into doing something else probably. So, a different task of some sorts. Da, da, da. Turn. I'm gonna probably go right up against the edge here and start backing up. Probably about pull forward. And go. Okay. Only raising this up. There we go. Definitely we'll have to go over it with the bulldozer again just to get some of the wrinkles out. There we go. About 220,000 stone left. Almost out. And we'll get more material at some point, which will be in behind this wheel loader, I think, is my suspicion. Because I'll have to start making the track go that way. Is sort of what the plan will be, I guess. We'll have to start a new bridge project too. Whoa. Oops, sorry, Mr. Bulldozer. I'm surprised the front of it didn't really damage it. It seemed like it glitched into the back of the bulldozer a bit. Maybe there's no collision on the front or something. It's actually doing a fairly nice job on the edge of the mountain here. I kind of like that. A lot cleaner than the bulldozer, that's for sure. Alright, and we're rolling. There we go. How much more do I have in here? Let's see. 100, so a couple of more loads, probably three more loads? Yeah. And we'll be all set. There we go. Definitely looks way different. So I've expanded this quite far. With like about 1.4 million liters of stone, I guess. So there should be like one more load, I think. And all right, let's turn this way.
Did you go there?
Yes, I suppose.
Okay, chocolate Sunday night. There you go.
There we go. Let's go get more stone. This should be the last load of stone, I think. We'll see. Fill up 28,000. There we go. Last bit. Not too shabby. So I think this does a great job along the edge of the mountain line. Or mountain edge, sorry. I'm impressed. So we'll have to start looking at, I think our production's next. That's probably our next priority. We'll just leave this right here for now. There's nothing else in there to do. Let's just jump out here. Oh yeah, I got a huge mess here to clean up. Ah, crazy. Where's my telehandler? Oh yeah, there it is. One of them anyways. Let's see here. What time is it? It is 3:18 in the game. Yeah, that'll probably be next, as well as excavator. Because I will have to chop the mountain away to get more product. So, and then fill the storage up again. Now I'll get these out of here. Spin around. Yep, Canadian tractors. That's another thing too. If my memberships increase, which will happen at some point, I can create some more emojis. I'll get there. Oh, I wonder if I can gift emojis. I think they took that away. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I can't do any more membership gifting anymore, by the looks of it. But when I first what do you call it, became a partner, I could do 10 memberships free a month and gift them out, but it seems like YouTube removed that function. Unless there's a threshold for that, I don't know. That's a possibility too. Okay, all right. I think I have a pile of these over here. Or not. Nope, I don't. This is cement. More valuable product out of that cement factory. There we go. And then I got one more cement to remove. And then I'll have to check the conveyor belt to see if it's actually feeding material in. One more cement bag. I'll pick this up and we'll get her going. Go in behind this factory. I'll probably scoop this up first. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. This is the modded one. Okay, just go this way. We're gonna stack this on top of this one here. We'll just head this way. Have to fix our flower factory situation. I got more output on flour than anything else, so... Oh boy.
Demonstrators stream through the streets of downtown Toronto from the U.S. consulate.
No, I can't pick both of them up. That's too bad. Not wide enough. So much flour. No, 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 no. I might need to put down another bread production, maybe. Or a flour, bakery, maybe. I think I might consider doing that. Because the reason why I have more output for flour right now is I've got more crops making flour than compared to when I first started. So that's why it's starting to stack up a bit here. But I think another flour factory might, or another bakery might help. As the flour factory seems to do a huge amount of output. Let's just do that. I need to move probably that out of the way. It is not on Twitch, no. And it's not on Kick. I had to go ahead and take it down because it wasn't broadcasting. So, Stream Elements has frustrated me. I've got one more thing I'm going to try with it, and then I'm just going to give up on Stream Elements version of multi-streaming and go back to Atom. Yep. So Kick is down. All I'm doing right now is just YouTube. So, yeah. I've got one more idea or one more thought that I might be able to do to get maybe Twitch and Twitch and Kick back up and going, which is to use instead of CBR, I will switch over to variable bit rate instead of CBR and see if that works. But I don't think it will work. But I'm gonna try it out. So what Stream Elements needs to do is add functionality into the plugin that allows you to set bitrate and resolution for each of the canvases that you plan to use. So, because when you multi-stream, you're going to have basically multiple canvases, essentially. Your vertical and your horizontal, and you need to have a way to say, hey, I want this aspect ratio of 1440p to go to YouTube. And I want this resolution of 1880p vertical to go to YouTube for vertical, and then I want 1080p going to Twitch, and I want 1080p going to Kick. So unfortunately, it doesn't seem Stream Elements has a way of doing that. Atom does, though. Atom does. So if you send more bit rate to Twitch or Kick, because you need more bit rate if you're going to do like 1440p on YouTube, it just chokes up and barfs. It says, you're sending me too much stuff. You filled me up too much. So unfortunately, Twitch and Kick doesn't like any more bit rate thrown at it. It gets overwhelmed and has a hissy fit. So I'm thinking maybe potentially using OBS's variable bitrate feature instead of CBR, which is CBR is constant bitrate. So what that means is if you're sending 19K of bitrate, which is what you need for 1440p, to Kick and Twitch and YouTube, YouTube will say, oh yeah, I'll take all of that. I'm on board with that. But if you send 19K worth of bitrate to Kick and Twitch, it says, oh, no, that's too much. That's just too much. Way too much. I'm going to throw up. That's exactly what happens. So I'm thinking the workaround that I can come up with is that maybe I can use variable transfer or variable bitrate, which means that, and that is a setting in OBS, which means it will only send what is required to be sent. But I'm not sure if I'm understanding how variable bitrate actually works. I'm not sure if it would actually be my fix or not, but I'll probably give that a try later on or something. And if none of that works, well, then I'll just have to wait till Restream gets out of beta, and perhaps when they get out of beta, or not Restream, sorry, Stream Elements, when they get out of their beta version of their multi-stream plugin, or they add more function in to allow streamers to adjust, you know, their resolution, their bit rate, their audio, and all of that for every single platform, instead of having it all isolated to one platform or one resolution and one bit rate. Maybe I might relook at it. But there are a lot of people saying, this is great. This is a fun tool. This is easy to set up. And that is correct. It's very easy. If all of your platforms are 1080p, throwing out 8K of bitrate. That'll work, yes. And it is very easy if you do that. But if you're doing something like what I'm doing, where you're using higher resolutions in YouTube, because you can go up to 4K. I mean, you could do like a live stream with 4K, 1440p, 1080p, and also your vertical. Twitch and Kick can't do any of that. I think Twitch is considering moving into that direction. Perhaps to allow 4K. Especially if they plan to bring in like people that watch live streams on TV. So the reason why they have the 1440p and the 4K live streams are for those people that have smart TVs, and I'm one of those people, by the way. So I will usually go with the higher resolutions when I'm watching on my TV. I'm guilty. I'm sorry for all you live streamers on 1080p. Sometimes I'll watch a 1080p if you're pushing out 60 frames per second, but if you're a 1080p 30 frames, sorry, I'm out. I don't want to see pixels on my TV. Just throwing that out there. And for me, the majority of the people that actually watch my streams are probably about 45% of them are on TV. So I do have a TV audience that watches my YouTube content, essentially. And then the other half, the other 50% is mixed up. Second place is mobile phones, which is so obviously that's a whole other canvas. That's not 1080p, right? And the last batch is people on computer, right? That's the last batch that watch my content. So I have to ensure that I get my vertical, and I have to get my my TV viewers, essentially. So and Twitch, I don't think they have a mobile app for Samsung. There is one, but I tried to get it to work. It doesn't seem to work very well on my Samsung TV. But for me, when I watch, most of the time I'm watching 2 times. So I'll watch on the TV. I'll sit down at the couch, and I will be watching a live stream from my television set. And then the other thing, the only downside with TV, I mean, it looks great on TV, but the only downside is you can't chat. So what I do is I bring up the stream a second time, and I text on the phone if I want to engage in the chat. That's sort of how I watch live streams. And then if I'm doing something on my computer, playing a game, I will probably still use the higher 4K or 1440p because I have good screens and monitors. So but most of my viewing is all on TV. So, but like I said, if I'm doing a video game or maybe I'm working on a project on my computer, I'll have a live stream on my second monitor, listening and watching while I'm using my main monitor for my game, or doing whatever project I'm working on, which is usually something YouTube related, like thumbnails or video editing, or I don't know. Bob's your uncle on that one. Let's see here. That's the bakery. Let's see. How do I got this set up? Oh, I see. This one I'll probably put like I'm gonna space it out a little bit. All right. I wonder if I can set this to distribution. Probably will do that. We'll auto distribute. So, yeah, tomorrow I'll probably, well, after I'm done live streaming here, I'll probably jump in and set it to, what do you call it? Variable bitrate VBR and see if that works. Okay, let's set this to, I don't like that coming up. Is that the max amount of flour you get? Okay. My farm. Oh, that's spawn. Okay. Select. We're going to just set this to distribution. So those are set to distributing. Yep. And then the next one we'll set to distributing as well. Where's the other grain mill? Cement factory. Yeah, actually, they're both set to that. All right. So that's, I've only got one anyway. So this one we will turn. Oh. Let's just, where is the, oh yeah, right here. Activate. There we go. Yeah, let's put that on that. There we go. Yep, I appreciate it. It's a minor setback, the Finnish farmer. I'm trying to grow. I think I need at least about what 50 followers over there. I'm like at what 30 something. So I'm not stopping Twitch or Kick or whatever, all of that stuff. I'm just having a temporary setback. Let's just put it spawn. Yeah, we'll set this to spawn too. There we go. That's rice flour bread. Oh, I guess some of this is coming out. Oh. Move this over here. What kind of concerns me about what do you call it? Stream Elements' version. I had to delete my streaming keys in YouTube just to get on. So I'm like scratching my head on that one. I was like, dude, I set those stream keys up. They work. Why are you messing with me on this? So I'm not too happy on that. So if anyone from Restream is watching my stream right now, come on, guys. Get your act together. Let's do multi resolution support on your streams. Because ADEM is kicking your butt. That's all I'm going to say. ADEM is the multi-stream group that I was working before. So that's how, before I had my OBS crash, which I don't know what caused it. That's a different story altogether. I was working perfectly fine in ADEM. And I've been running ADEM for probably, well, almost a year now, I think. With some small hiccups here and there, but nothing to this degree where it's like a streamer's nightmare. However, I decided, because I usually talk about streaming content and content creation while I'm playing Farm Sim or whatever other game, and sometimes people have questions for me, I thought, well, one of these days someone's going to ask me about Stream Elements version of the multi plugin, and they're going to say, well, what do you think about it? Should I get it? Should I use it? That sort of thing. And if you've never used it, then how are you supposed to answer those types of questions, right? So now there is a content creator called Nutty. He's basically an expert or a content creator that does information on live streams. Essentially, all he does is basically live streams and talks about how to content create. He doesn't play games. He goes into OBS. He shows plugins. He shows streaming tech, all of that stuff. I'm pretty sure some of you content creators here that are watching me now probably have seen content creators that just focus on the streaming business and have nothing to do with games at all. And their channels are filled up with other content creators trying to learn how to become a content creator. So I did watch his remarks with regards to this, and he did criticize it, but he didn't criticize it as much as I did. He might be probably a partner for Stream Elements, maybe, and he didn't want to bash him too harshly, maybe. So I thought, well, it's not as bad, because usually he does criticize people pretty badly. But for some reason, I didn't really take his criticisms to heart and thought, oh, what the heck, I'll give it a try and see how bad it is. It didn't seem like a natural disaster, but oh and behold, I go through this whole process and it's a natural disaster, like a complete tornado went right through my ability to live stream properly. So there you go. Welcome to my world. So I'm not impressed. So this is I don't even think I got this mad when Farming Simulator got released. because I know there was a lot of issues like this. This is a whole other. This is, like I said, cow patty bingo. Okay. on this plugin, I can't say anything further because I don't. There's more colorful words I would like to use, but I'm not going to use them. But if anyone is familiar with cow patty bingo, then you know what I'm referring to. And hey, using cow patty bingo as a reference is kind of farm sim related, right? It mentions cows, except for maybe the bingo part. I mean, bingo is a game. It's a gambling game, of course, but and this is a game, so I don't know, put 2 and 2. I think I'm going to win more with cows, I think. So, there we go. Oh, fun fact. Speaking of cows, so obviously water buffalo are more common in Asia. Everybody would probably agree with that. Well, funny fact here, last week, and I'll try to find the article and post it up on my community page on YouTube. There is a water buffalo farm in the lower mainland here in BC, or British Columbia, where I live. And you know how I found out? Is because on the news, a local farmer lost his herd of water buffalo. They ended up going to Vancouver. They ended up in Vancouver. So, and on the city streets, or actually Surrey, I think, which is a huge city basically. So they're like trotting down, I don't know, Main Street in a big city. So I was like, I saw it on the news, and they're all, dark skinned or dark furred or whatever. And I thought, oh, maybe they're kind of a beef cow. And I said, but man, they sure do look like water buffalo. And sure enough, the news person said, yeah, local farmer that has water buffalo has them going down there. Now, what's interesting too, what I thought was kind of cool, is that some of their travels, they ended up going through water, because we have some waterways. So instead of going over the freeway or major highways, they went underneath the bridge and through the water. I thought, well, that's pretty cool. I was like, okay. Usually cattle would not do that. Like regular beef cattle, to my knowledge, probably wouldn't really consider going into deep water, I don't think, just to get to where they want to go. Unless you guys want to correct me on that. I'm open up to correction. But the river tributaries are pretty deep. So if I was to go out there, it would probably go over my head, some of the water. So I'm doubtful that a cow would consider going into water that deep. Well, not very common anyways, unless it's a stupid cow. Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, buffalo went swimming in some deep water to get to where they wanted to go. So I thought that was kind of cool. So there you go, guys. I'll try to find the article and post it. I was going to do it earlier today, and when I was doing my posts, and then I forgot. So I thought, man, I got to share that with my community. I mean, that doesn't happen every day. And then water buffalo go down a city street, a busy city street. And they did corral them up. It wasn't a large herd. I think probably maybe about 5 to 10, I guess. Still quite a bit to manage, I suppose, on a street. But anyways, it happened. And they ended up on someone's lawn and did some landscaping of flower beds and stuff like that. The owners of the property were not overly weren't angry or anything. They just wanted the help, and then they found some fences and fenced them all in. So, interesting story, I have to say. Do I have oil over here? I probably have some oil. No, actually, I think I'm out of oil. I haven't produced oil in a while. Let's just go in here. Or maybe oil takes a while. I might have to activate it. Oil does take a while, I find. Yeah, it's still producing. So it takes quite a bit. All right, so there we go. So we're done over here. We'll just go here, I guess. We'll start clearing up some of this stuff. This is my metal factory. There we go. So production craziness here now. We're gonna just push these back a bit. Okay. Now I'll get another stack. Oh. Oh. Come on. All right, let's go put these ones up. There we go. Not the best stacking job, but it'll do. All right. I got a box of nails this time. Nails are very important for my pallet production, which will probably happen at some point. So I got lots of nails for that. Also for bridge building. Let's just push these back a bit. Oh. I'll put this in here. Metal. I think I've used metal a little bit. Not very much. So I have a feeling most of my metal products are going to get sold. But I'm stockpiling for now, just in case. Some of the projects take a lot of material, so especially metal. Metal definitely is used a lot in a lot of projects. Let me just pick that one up individually. Oh, great. Another. Oh, and I got another metal over there. Let's scoot over here. No. I find doing forklift work, because it requires so much patience and concentration, it tends to calm me down. So maybe that's why I like logging, because that's another one too. I know people get frustrated with logging, but I find that it mellows me out, because you literally have to have a lot of patience and focus. No, no. Don't do that. Can I stack that on there? No, I can't. Alright, metal isn't really flat on top, so fine. I will take it off normally. I was going to try to double stack. I think even when you universally auto load, it has issues stacking metal sometimes. Let's just push this back now. There we go. I might have to get storages set up for this. For now, it's a small amount, but we'll see. Let's see if I can get both of these. Yeah, nails. Yep. Sorta. All right. So Dune Awakening, man, I'm telling you, it has blown up. I mean, there are content creators just streaming that game like crazy. It's like even some people that, you know, I look at their channel and I'm like, I can't believe you're playing this. So I've noticed that the tutorial videos are popping out like crazy. So there's a lot of people just jumping in, building all sorts of tutorial videos, educational videos on the game. And people are like, in case you don't know, it's a, so other than the simulation video, like simulation content games, like Farm Sim, which, you know, is like huge on, for content creator, right? Because you can do live streams, you can do videos, you can do tutorial videos, you can do role play videos. I mean, it's a good, healthy niche to be in. Because there's so much content that you can create. Well, now you guys have seen Dune. You've probably seen some of the stuff that I've done in there. It is in the survival niche. So when you're usually in some cases, you know, you might see Call of Duty or something like that. That's just a first-person shooter. This is completely different. It's in the survival niche of games. So you need to know, you can do tutorial videos on base building. You can do, you know, tutorial videos on, especially base building. Yeah. Or production trees in there. How do you make this? How do you do that? You can do content videos on which set to have, like armor set. How do you fight certain enemies? So you can even get into combat content creation videos, like how do you fight this mob? You can also do map review videos on there, like different parts of the map. Where do you find certain dungeons? Where do you find certain bases? All sorts of stuff. But there's tons. Also review videos on weapons and let's see, armor sets, and also on vehicles, content videos on different factions. So which faction gives you this and which faction gives you that. I mean, it is just crazy. And then you can live stream it like what I have been doing. I've been particularly paying attention to more or less tutorial videos on how to base build, because I will tell you one thing. I make boring cube-looking bases. And, you know, I'm listening to these guys that make some of the most elaborate-looking bases, like using, you know, rounded rectangles, stuff like that. And I'm like... And they're like saying, look, if I see a Borg cube, you suck. I'm listening to these content creators creating these builds, and I'm like, wow, oh, crazy. Which, honestly, I was like, okay, fair enough. Yes, I make a square. I'm sorry. But here, teach me how to make not a square. Maybe I'll get somewhere. But yeah, they put a lot of thought into it. You know, they put in, you know, how to lay it out properly. They educate you on how to get the best bang for your buck in the design. You know, they share, you know, education on how you can, you know, take these different pieces and turn it into like something amazing. So I don't know. It's like crazy. Reactionary content creators are like over the top playing that game. Like I saw Lulia Lully, which is she does a basically response like reactionary content creation. So which means that when you go into the game, you react, right, to different things. Like, oh my god, this is happening, right? You know, reaction videos, but reaction live streams, right? You do something in the game and it makes you react. So, and she is like hilarious. She's like, oh, look, there's a big sandworm. I wonder if I can go over there and visit it. And she goes over there, and then she gets eaten by the worm, and she goes, oh my god, I died, right? Obviously, I'm not really reacting exactly the same way as her, but anyways, it's hilarious. I have my moments too if I react on my live streams. I've done that a few times, but she does a really good job at it. People enjoy people's reactions. That's what you call a reaction content creator. So everything that they do, they have a reaction, right? An emotional reaction to whatever they're doing in the game. So for me, I'm a little bit reactionary, but it's a skill to do it consistently all the time. But it is a niche. People just love people's reactions to things, especially if it feels natural, right? But anyways, I'm watching her, and I'm like, throughout the whole stream, I'm like, yeah, I like this. You get my subscription. I'm laughing my socks off just watching you, you know, make horrible mistakes in the game and make it fun. And reacting to those mistakes. So, which is cool. I like it. It's interesting. I don't watch a lot of reactionary content, but there are a few out there that I have watched. If it feels natural and they're good at it, then they get a subscription out of me. If it's like kind of fake or something like that, then I don't stick around for too long, unless the content creator has other value, right? In a particular niche or game or whatever. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. there's a lot of multiplayer play in the game as well, which I'm kind of interested in watching. So I'm watching like these squads. And some of these content creators too, in Dune Awakening, you know, they'll be in a guild, and they're a guild of like 5 or 6 content creators, and they're all live streaming at the same time. So you can jump from one stream to the next stream to the next stream, getting the perspective of each content creator. And I'm like, holy crap, these guys really know what they're doing. And they're just having a blast. It's like a stream party. It's kind of neat. And it's interesting. Like, I've watched other survival games, but it's usually one guy live streaming. So it's actually seeing like about 5 or 6 content creators, in the same guild, live streaming the same content, working together on the same project. I think that's interesting, especially for a survival game. But I do think that they did it justice, because I mean, there has been Star Trek Online, there's been Star Wars, The Old Republic. These are MMO games, right? And I think those Star Trek Online has done all right. I will say that their initial launch I played, and I think they did okay, but then they had some moments where it just didn't go very well. And then Star Wars The Old Republic, well, I played that. It was great when it came out. And they had like 2 million subscribers, which is pretty impressive because they competed quite well with World of Warcraft. But their focus was, oh, well, we're making our money off of the IP. We don't need to do any more work. And then what ended up happening is World of Warcraft upped their game. And since then, the IP had just diminished. It was under BioWare. And I was like, dude, you guys gotta get your act together. You need to get back in the game. You can't just, just slack. You really need to start pumping out the content here. You need to improve the game, get people to come back, because Blizzard is going to wipe the floor with you. And at the time, Final Fantasy was coming out with their MMO, and they already have their MMO, and now they're wiping the floor with people too. So it's like, dude. But as I understand, then it just went. I think they're getting a little bit better, but I think they need to do a lot more work. They sold, I think, the maintenance of the game. This is the Star Wars The Old Republic I'm talking about. To a third-party company to maintain, and they roll out the odd patch here and there. So Star Trek Online, they continue to invest in it. Could they do something more graphically? Probably. But they continue to make the game interesting. So they're not as that bad. Would I put them at the level of like World of Warcraft? Maybe not. So, but anyways, I'm getting off topic. As for Dune Awakening, I think they've hit it out of the park. And they've done the game justice, essentially. And they worked with the movie developers too, like Legendary Entertainment, which makes the Dune movies. So they have access to the actual story lore. And the other thing that's very interesting is that they are using the multiverse to their advantage. So part of the problem when you're trying to build a video game that's in an existing universe, it's kind of hard to do that if there's already an existing storyline, because you don't want to retcon the original storyline. So what they did was they said, well, what if, right? and they took the same characters but went through a different approach to what would have happened, right? And they did it ingeniously. Basically, Paul Atreides is never born, and someone else is born, which basically, well, what if Lady Jessica followed what the Bene Gesserit had always wanted to do, which was to have another a female child instead, because basically they look at manipulating genetic lines and stuff like that. This organization in the books and the stories, right? So she basically was the good Bene Gesserit and followed the rules. Instead of having a male heir, she had a female heir. And the storyline goes on from that. And of course, there is no Paul Atreides, there is no Kwisatz Haderach or anything like that. Which falls in line with basically the story of what the Bene Gesserit wanted to do. I think what their plan was to so part of it is not just genetics, it's like basically merging the royal houses. And what they ended up wanting to have is basically one person on top in control of it all, essentially, and was completely loyal to this Bene Gesserit faction. So anyways, that's what Dune Awakening is about. And we're going to see how the story unfolds. Questing is fun. It's not completely transparent, but transparent enough so that you don't get into trouble. The only concern that is I don't know if I'm going to be able to experience the end game content very well. Because you really do need to be in a guild or playing with other players. So I might... There's two things that I can do. One, I can create my own server and just play on my own. So I can do that. Or I can find someone to join up with, or join a guild or something like that. Or an existing player base, and go from there. On the existing server that I'm on already. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, when you get into like the deep desert, it's all PvP. So if you're not running with, I mean, you can do some solo content, but if you want to do spice mining in the larger vehicles and stuff, you definitely need guild support. Because if you don't, they'll just wreck your harvester and you're out of luck. They'll kill you. It's very multiplayer and squad focused, essentially. And survival games do have that aspect of it too. All right. I'll pick that up. There we go. Let's stack some of this stuff up. Oh. Is that gonna fall? Nope, it fell. Oh well. Too bad, so sad. Let's see if I can push that back. I'll stack this one up maybe. I'll probably get another one over here, I think. Let's pick this up here. How are we doing for time? So we got about a half hour. And then we'll go and connect up with Kiwi. And we will see what he's got planned for us. I'm assuming he's going to be on Silver Run Forest. So I might join in. There is a few things that I want to try to tinker with to try to fix my live streams. So we'll see how I get on with that. Because I want to try to fix it before I forget, because I have a few things I want to test. And then I can decide, okay, well, if this is going to work, if it's going to work. If it doesn't, then that means tomorrow's project will be to uninstall OBS and strip out that plugin and put Atom in, and that will be a very long process. So I rather figure out whether this is going to happen or not. If it, and then I can spend tomorrow trying to sort out everything, because I got one more thing that I want to test, the variable transfer rate, bit rate, or be a variable bit rate. I'm not entirely sold whether or not it will work, but I don't know, because I don't really play with variable bit rates. I usually use consistent bit rate, CBR. And people are like, what the heck are you talking about? Oh. So bit rate is the rate at which the bits get sent out. So consistent bit rate is basically you set a number and say, look, you're going to go and broadcast at this no matter what. You're going to send this much bits consistently, no matter what, no matter which whichever platform you're on, right? Which is what I'm doing right now, by the way. And that's why I have problems with Twitch and Kick. Now, Atom gives me the ability, like I said earlier, to do CBR for every individual platform. I can put in a number, separate number for each platform. I can't do that in Restream. Or sorry, not Restream, Stream Elements. I have to set one. So obviously a consistent bit rate of one type will not work for every platform for what I'm trying to do. So, but reading up on variable bit rate, as I understand it, and it means that it will decide for me just how much bit rate it needs to send out. The only thing I don't know is how smart it is at doing that. So it might be the solution that I need. And if it does fix it, I might be able to go to Nutty and say, aha, I found something that you might be interested in knowing. So, because he basically, I think, ran into almost the same problem as I did, but he just didn't express it on his live stream. So I was like, but I found it out, and I'm assuming he basically almost said the same thing, but I don't think he ever thought of using variable bit rate, because most streamers usually use CBR, and even a lot of, recommendations from different platforms say, oh, please use CBR, please use consistent bit rate. I'm just going to put this down here. There we go. And because usually most folks say, well, you should always use the recommended settings for each platform, which I agree with. But we're moving into new territory. More people are moving over to multi-streaming. So the traditional way of using constant bitrate may not be the best method. So, and then maybe it's time to start learning new methods of doing things, right? Or I could just ruin everything by using variable bitrate. I don't know. So I got about 15 minutes. I think we'll switch to a new task. I think maybe I've been doing a lot of moving of this stuff around. Let's see what else we got. I might sleep trigger ahead just to see whether or not I get the subsidy. It'll move me into February. So we'll do that. I still got a lot of products to move. Like I've got other productions too running that I probably should be emptying out, but oh well. I might end up using universal auto load to clear some of this stuff out, because I probably should be actually just doing all of that. Eventually I'm going to have so many productions going I won't be able to keep up with it, and it'll be consistently all universal auto load. Because that's what this is. It's a production map. Everything you do on it is all productions. You take your crops, you put it in a production, and then that production moves somewhere else. Mind you, I might start using the distribution function a bit too. So I don't know. I'm rambling. Let's go back to the house. I'm curious because I want to see if I do get my subsidy. I heard some money coming in. Subsidy $1,721 for my cover crop. So that's for 3 fields in case anyone wants to know. So this field, or 4 fields, I think. Let's see, yeah, 1 field, 2 field, 3 fields, and 4 field. So I made a little bit of money. Yay! And we have another pallet of oil. And this must be distributing automatically. That's there. So distribution of flour is working now. So that will be great. And then I'll have more stuff spitting out here. And then we'll just take a look over here. So I have about... I'm going to have to make some more lime. I'm up to about 42,000 liters of lime. I'll have to do that. This is spitting out still. Now this field's all going to be grass when I get the chance here. Enter vehicle. So all of this is going to be grass. And then we're doing corn as well in the other fields. Yep, for sure, Kiwi. I will be sending people your way in about 10-ish minutes or so. And then I may or may not join you. Because like I said, I'm going to probably focus on trying to fix my streaming problem. But if what my theory goes, my testing for my theory goes quickly, then I'll probably maybe jump in a little bit more actively on your live stream, because I have to figure out why I can't get things working. You're very welcome, Kiwi. No, this month I can sell a lot of stuff. Let's see if we can get a load together of something. Here we go. I got about 10 minutes or so. Do I have a tractor over here? Let me put that. I'll go over here. Load anything. Container type all, material all. Start loading. Control left R. Whoop. Oh, that picked up a tree. I don't know about that. Where did that tree go to? Oh, there it is. Move you over here. Control Shift R. There. There. And then all I need is my telehandler, which I think is right there. I'm gonna put this stuff over here. That's wood chips, by the way. So we're gonna go for some semi-realism, as I call it. You'll see what I mean in a moment here. And this should just basically jump on board. I think. Oh, it didn't work. It's not working. Why didn't it work? Weird. Right, Control Shift F. Oh, that's interesting. Well, not sure. How am I doing for time? I got about 5 minutes left. So gonna drop this over here. There she goes. They're snapping now. Oh, this stuff. Oh, I don't want on board, so we're gonna move this over here. Wonder if I can grab both of those. Oh. I think they both, oh, almost went on. There we go. 2 bathtubs on there. Here's another 2 bathtubs. I think these take up a lot of space. These bathtubs. Alright, put that on there. Alright. Grab that. And this one fell off. Oh, not quite. That's quite a few bathtubs, I'm telling you. I'm not sure if I can double stack them. Guess we'll find out. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. And another bathtub pop up. Alrighty. I will probably move that one out on its own. How are we doing for time? I got about a minute, so I think we'll call that there. I'll just have to remember to come back here and fiddle with this. I'll remember because I have that mod that logs me back in where I last played. So we're gonna get everything set up to go over to Kiwi. Do that right now. Save. Yeah, but whatever I did with the streams or whatnot, YouTube just said, I don't like you. I just went right down the tank. Wow. So, yeah, I do have to put my focus in there because usually I get a lot more visibility than what I have on my live streams. But yeah, something went wrong with my setup. And YouTube even said, I don't like you. We're not going to recommend your stream to anyone. So most of the people that have shown up probably are from my community. I haven't gotten probably any new views, I don't think, or very little on this. So I have to really fix this. So, and get it back to consistency, or else YouTube is just going to say goodbye to me and say, nope, we don't like you anymore. Anyways, I'm going to send you guys over to Kiwi. Hopefully you guys enjoy the stream. I'll probably pop in a little later. I just really have to figure out getting my live stream situation fixed. Like I said, Kick isn't working, and I don't have Twitch working anymore. And I can already tell the YouTube algorithm doesn't like what I'm doing either, so I have to figure that all out. So anyways, thank you guys. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel, and I hope you guys all have a good night and happy farming.